Ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to our Saturday special here at RAF Coningsby, Bomber County. And it feels like Bomber County now with the Lancaster. Just started its engines. Engines 3, 4, 2, then 1. And on our screens you can see to the left we've got the Hurricane and to the right we've got the Spitfire. Pilots are in both. What a lovely surprise. Welcome to the show. So for those wondering why engine 3 always starts, in fact most Second World War bombers or multi-engine have a particular configuration that is to power some of the systems, such as the pressurizing, the pneumatic systems for the brakes, radiators. On some aircraft and bombers they would power the heating systems as well. So this is why it's not 1, 2, 3 or 4 or 1, 4, you know, etc. There's a particular order that they go in to power certain things. Some power off radars and, you know, various things like that. I think the HS2 was powered by one of the engines at some point as well. Off the top of my head I don't know that answer, but you kind of get the idea why. And at the moment it's going to feel like RAF Waddington. It's our famous Turner's lorry. Oh, he waved. He waved. Fair play. Turner's always reminds me of Bill Turner from Pirates of the Caribbean. The Lancaster is running. It's going to sound like Bomber County 1940s style very, very soon. RAF Coningsby did actually have Lancaster squadrons here, such as 617, 619. And it was a bomber station right up until 1969, when things changed, when the arrival of the Phantom with number 6 Squadron arrived here. Since 1976, the BBMF have made Coningsby its home. And just before 1973, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, BBMF, were actually just called the Battle of Britain Flight. It was the arrival of the Lancaster in the infantry at Tattershall that they added the title Memorial to it. What's happening, man? Is it taxiing, did it say?
Just giving him
departure details. Wow. Well, you just never know. We've always said it. We've always been, our ethos has always been turn up and hope for the best. We knew there was a fly past and anything else was a bonus. I made a little error today. I was reading tomorrow's fly past details, which is around 11ish. And I looked at today's and I was thinking, it's 1 o'clock. But I was here anyway, and look what just happened. Amazing. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Welcome to the BBMF special. Wow, it's purring nicely.
You're on with the scanner today. You're on with the scanner today.
Yeah, I can't hear it very much. As long as
BBMF. Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Just give me little updates if you hear anything like taxiing. That'll be great. Amazing.
Not so bad as with the typhoons, is it?
No, you're right there. You're right. You've got to be kidding me. This is the best, man. This is the best. We have a display.
Local display.
This is just... Okay.
It's BBMF.
Thank you for that. This is absolutely incredible. Oh my word. Look at... Oh gosh. Zoom out, Nikos. fighters. I mean, this is just amazing. Look at this. LF363, the last Hurricane to have entered RAF service, joining the display for today with Romeo Foxtrot, the 303 squadron, Polish squadron markings there, waiting from Norfolk with the Hawker Hurricane. And we've also got, what have we got? This is, is that P7? Looks like P3750, the only Spitfire to have actually served in the Battle of Britain itself. Yeah, it is P7, and I haven't quite got the correct quote, but to the BBMF, this is more important than the Apollo landings, and quite rightly so. Look at this. It is, I can confirm, it is going to be a practice display with all three. I confirm all three. You are in for a treat on this Saturday morning here at Bomber County, Lady Shakespeare. You are in for a treat. PA474 LF363 P7350. entering service with Treble 1 Squadron in December 1937. And, the Spitfire, 8 months or so later, 1938, with 19 Squadron at Duxford. The Lancaster, with its BT308 prototype, developed 1940-41. It's going to be called the Hampden Manchester Mark III, eventually designated, delivered to number 44 Squadron at RAF Waddington in December 1941. KL on the Spitfire, the Kiwi, is a 603, is it? 603 Squadron. There was a story behind each marking. They last for about 5 years. What a sight. See the differences between the Spitfire and the Hurricane, the length of the nose between the nose and the cockpit, the elliptical wings of the Spitfire. Here we go. Early hours of the morning, 82 years ago today, that 11 of the 18 Lancasters sorry, beg your pardon, 11 of the 19 Lancasters returned from Operation Chastise, the Gangbusters raid. 56 men lost, 53 of those killed in action, 3 of those unknown POWs. Years to go today. 11 of the 19 Lancasters returned to RAF camp. 617 Squadron. Look at this. fighters. Symbolises the escorting fighters. Even the Bomber B to carry on its bombing stream mission. going on here? Oh, word. Not seen this before. Whoa. Oh my word. This could be set back in 1940s right now.
Oi, oi! Exactly. Oh, mate.
Oi, oi, mate, sorry.
That's alright.
I was just... Sorry, I wasn't ignoring you. I was just like...
No, mate, you're busy concentrating.
Thank you. Appreciate
Shout
that.
out to a old school friend, Jane Constant, and my good lady as well, I think.
I'll get Ted to do that. That was just unbelievable. I've never seen that before. Is everyone like goosebump central right now? Because I am just like... Oh, hang on, what's going on here?
With the castle.
Oh my word. If there is anything that could make you moved, is this. And what they stand for, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, that was just the most outstanding display I've ever seen. Going to get my castle shot. Come on. I might get my castle shot. I'm going to get it. Yes. Wow, that was something I've never seen before, that formation. That was just everyone's expression on everyone's face right now is just unreal. Be proud, ladies, shed teddy bears. That is our heritage. From lumps in our throats to all sorts right now. Tears, everything. It was just spectacular. And to home in on what these aircraft mean. You're all alright there. I hope you're hanging in there. I hope you're okay. Because it is very emotional to watch this. What?
Again.
Right, so ladies and teddy bears, we've got another run. A second go at it. 2 runs. This is just amazing. For me not to respond to oi oi means there's something going on. Oh my word.
Isn't making yesterday making a good decision?
Oh, it was, yeah, it was. And going to Mildenhall and...
Yeah. And here today.
Right, stay tuned, ladies and teddy bears. We've got another run of I hope they're all tuned in at Lakenheath. And Lakenheath as well. And Coningsby as well, where they can assess and see what it looks like from our point of view. I know Datum is where the tower is by Crashgate 1. I understand that, but we are looking at it from a different perspective, of course. But, they are just getting back into formation in the distance, ready for another display, which is good because I get to learn it as well. But that formation when they were just sort of staggered, that was just... I've not seen that one before. I mean, maybe they've done it in the past, I get that, but in my small start in my career, it's the first time. Oh, goodness me, this is just getting... And we still haven't got our fly past yet, which is supposed to be at 1 o'clock, but everything else now is just... So here we go. Hit the like button, ladies and gents, steady bear, subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel, giving you a very special Saturday show here at RAF Coningsby with the BBMF, their second display. Here we go. go. Wow, this just very photogenic everywhere I look at the moment. It's, okay, let's go back to the land. I thought they were coming into land actually. The lights came on. That was absolutely magnificent. I hope you enjoyed that, ladies and gents, teddy bears. Such a fascinating, invoking, emotional, it's got it all when the BBMF flies. And information is just, this was stunning, and I hope you enjoyed it. We got to have two goes at the display, which was just incredible. They should be proud of that, and even just having the honour of flying these historic aircraft and museum without walls to, you know, to keep remembering their motto as well. Lest we forget is the motto of the Battle of Britain Memorial. With their Lancaster, a variety of Spitfires, 2 Hurricanes, and Dakota, and 2 de Havilland shipments that assist in the training of each Battle of Britain Memorial Flight operator.
Coming round to land now. Number 3, number 2, number 1.
Coningsby channel bringing you exclusive shows around the country at the moment with some fascinating. Oh, you can say it now, it's fine. So I was fully focused. Absolutely incredible. That was something. Oh wow. Hanger brake, is it? Oh, you'll enjoy it. First time I've seen the display of all 3. I'm wondering if we're going to get a hanger brake from the Lancaster. It's teasing for a... Huh? Yeah, it certainly is. Just that long... I mean, that must look amazing. You know, as I was driving into Coningsby today, the Coningsby sign itself has got the Lancaster, the Hurricane and the Spitfire information, and always makes me smile. And then to see this today is something else. The Lancaster was operating here at Coningsby in 1943 when the base reopened with its new runways. The first to arrive at and operate at Coningsby in 1943 with the new runways was in fact 617 Dambuster Squadron, who swapped with 619 who were at Woodhall Spa at the time. 619 came here as well. 27 Squadron also operating at Coningsby with the Lancasters. Beautiful noise over there. I think it's sort of hinting at potentially a I don't know, a hanger brake, so I'll keep an eye on that. their livery every 5 or so years and represent a particular squadron. Let me just turn this way. Wonderful displays. two airworthy Lancasters in the world, one here and one in Canada, and hopefully in a few years time we'll have a third NX611 Just Jane at East Kirkby. And for those wondering where it would actually take off from, it will take off from East Kirkby. It does have a 6,000 foot runway that it can use. A question that's been asked, and I found out it will actually use East Kirkby's runway. At the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. Stunning scenes here at Coningsby. Fascinating. We should be proud of that. We are here, that's for sure. Claire Bear, thank you very much. Video skills on absolute point. Thank you. Yeah, I was. To be honest, I was quite happy with that. It's amazing. Roland, any mosquitoes in the pipeline to join the memorial flight? Not in the earliest future, but we wish. That would just make it complete, wouldn't it? Margot, well done. Battle of Britain memorial flight. Thank you, RAF Coningsby. Mills, thank you, Nikos. Made my Saturday morning. You're welcome. "92,000 subscribers, I know, right? Lorraine at the Matic, I know. I mean, from a VC-25 Air Force One to Lancaster Spitfire and Hurricane, it's a huge contrast to say the least. Mark Richards, you're welcome. I hope you enjoyed that. Andrew Dickey, yes, it has done last year. It's 33 foot by 5 foot Bombay doors. It has done that before on its solo display. Whether or not they'll do it this year or not is another, you know, obviously it's nice for them to change it. It does have a great sound indeed, Sonny. Alan Gates, you're welcome. LEJ Approach, how you doing? Silver Trig, Alan Gates, Daniel Walker. Laser Tech. How we all doing? Hope we're all well and enjoying this. Hope you're enjoying this. Oh yes. Beautiful. We'll just leave it in the distance there and stuff as we wait for anything else. This is the thing, we just literally was not expecting that. I bet Chris enjoyed that down there. I bet you're glad you came.
When there's too much to film and photo, it's a good day.
It is a very good day. What a day indeed, absolutely. We've all, you know, like a lot of us here, we just turn up, hope for the best. Was not expecting that, especially, I mean, one set of formation displays is one thing, but get a double run, that was that was just in case you didn't get a photo of it, here's another go, which was quite good. Oh, unbelievable. Oh, okay, right, got it. Well, that's fine from us.
Yeah, I mean,
it's all good.
Buy my beer.
Wow, what an amazing display that was. Absolutely beautiful. And thanks a lot everyone for the support as well. So you never know, might get more. Plan is to stay till about maybe 1:30, see how it goes. Colin Scream, member for 16 months, a Guards March to you. Thank you very much. Helen Scrimps, but thank you Ted Nichols Spanner Flight for another great month. You're most welcome. Guards March to Keith Smith, Oi Nicholas, Ted Player Bear, Spanner Crew and all the TCS. A Guards March to you as well. New Rail Basher, a high five and a Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Andrew Farley, member for 11 months. Thank you very much. Great streams, love the banter on Tuesday. Thanks. You're most welcome. Keith Smith, high five, Paul Pump. Thank you very much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. That's so kind of you, Keith. Hope you're well, hope you're good. Hope to see you at air shows this year, Keith. Mark Moody, many congrats on 92k. Guards March, thank you for the super chat. I know, right? I can't get over how amazing this channel is just climbing. And a high five, Paul Pump, for Andrew Wright, who's gifted 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Thank you so much. Matt Crossan, a delight to see that you've mastered it. Thank you very much, and a high five to you, Matt Crossan, for upgrading to the TCS Posh Officers Club. Thank you very much. Gucci Man, high five, Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you very much. Helen Scott, member for 15 months. Great to meet you and Ted the other day. You too, Helen. It was really good. Guards March. Sham, high five, Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Jane Jeffrey, thank you for the super sticker, Guards March. Clive Bruce, oi BBMF fly pass for my 26 months, Guards March. Thank you very much for your 26-month service with the Ted Coningsby channel. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker, Guards March. Fanblade, Guards March, thank you for the super sticker as well. Sham, high five, Paul Pump. Thank you very much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby members. That is just amazing. Thank you so much. That's so kind of all of you who've been gifted memberships, because it's, you know, it's giving and giving times, or multiplying how many times you've gifted. Hans Henrik T. Olsen, Guards March, thank you for the super sticker, Guards March. Bjorn Danielson, high five, Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March to James Knowles as well, who's here. Where is he? Where's he gone? He was here. Guards March to him, and a shout out to his wife. Babsar, high five, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership as well, Guards March. Stephen Ainsworth, thank you very much for your 25-month membership. So glad I was able to catch this stream this morning. Hope everyone's good. We are good, especially after that. Wee Stevie boy, thank you, high five, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership as well, thank you very much. Paul Harris, high five, Paul Pump, thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Corwin Tipper, and 1,000 likes as well, thanks a lot David. Corwin Tipper, 2-month membership, the 2 months have been quick, cool man. Nurgle, high five, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership as well. Andrew Dickey, thanks Ted, great work, it means so much, it sure does, oi oi, and an oi oi to you. Terry, as well, from his 10-month membership, congrats on reaching 92k, thank you very much. Cloud Collector, brilliant stream, thank you, at Guards March to you, thanks for the super. Margot, thanks for the super sticker, Guards March. Ready Boys Garage, what a way to start the weekend, thank you Nikos Ted of Magnificent BBMF. Indeed, couldn't agree more. And a big shout out to these guys and girls that are coming now. Fire team, rescue and medics, crash teams. Laser Tech, thank you very much. Sat, AM, Coffee and BBMF, not a bad way to start the day. Has Ted flown with them? Ted has flown in the Lancaster. In fact, Ted was actually in the Lancaster in formation with Blackjack. I know. So Ted was sat in the rear turret watching the very aircraft he first flew in. So yes, which was amazing. Bernie Hagyard, thank you for your 8 months membership. Well done, BBMF. Also, Nicholas, thank you as well. Lorraine, Nomadic Ramblings, I have no words. Thank you, Nicholas, for this wonderful treat. You're most welcome. Miss Bojangles, thank you very much for the super sticker, for the super chat. Bittersweet side goosebumps, lest we forget. And Paul R, high five. A Guards March, thank you for gifting a 10 Coningsby membership. Kevin Howard as well, member for 6 months. 6 months, giving us a Guards March, thank you very much. So we just got to wait a little bit, bless you, that time of year. The famous season What else have I got to tell you? So yeah, just 92.1k now. Good. Oh my word! It's wow, wow. 100k is really not looking far. So I'll tell you what, without jumping and leaping too high, let's aim for 95k. Let's one step up. I've always said this. I've been my mentality is to, okay, the mountains are quite high, but take one step at a time. I've always said this, from cadet to fighter pilot, it's a long way. But if you look at it like that, it seems like a very long way. But if you do one step at a time, focus on the next stage, the next goal, and then next thing you're looking back and you're already halfway there. So really, really awesome. So for those that don't know, BBMF, that's the abbreviation for Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, and the Royal Air Force's Battle of Britain Memorial Flight are here. This is their home, and it's been their home since 1976. They were at Tattershall before, but finally moved back to Lincolnshire. Oh yes, back to Bomber County. How we doing, ladies, sheds, teddy bears? My name's Nikos. How we doing on this cold, grey, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. When you fill the skies with sounds and sights of the BBMF, it's something else. And the Royal Air Force's Battle of Britain Memorial Flight operate here, like I said, since 1976. Their mission is to maintain the priceless. I mean, they're priceless, and for what they mean as well. These are artifacts of our national heritage, and to keep them in airworthy condition. And to commemorate those who have fallen in service of this country. And this, for me, is so crucial to keep it in our schools. It cannot and must not ever leave our schools. It's a very strong thing. If our generation was to not pass that on as a legacy, then what would be the point of the whole World War II? What will be the point? Because I have a motto myself to give to them up there who have fallen, and there is the motto, and it is their motto, lest we forget. But I like the motto for them up there to say they never forgot us. Can you imagine if there was that possibility of looking down? Okay, depends on what you believe, but all I'm saying is the fact that let's give them something to say they never forgot us. You know, this is just something really spine-tingling important that we must keep going. You know, I don't know if I got anyone in higher places in the education world, but please don't ever get rid of it, because it's something, and don't be ashamed to look at at the reality. War is war. Don't feel bad for the Luftwaffe for bombing London, because we did the same to them. There are always going to be civilians on the ground. In fact, I was learning about the Hague rules of what is what's worthy of a military target, what counts. And there's a whole thing about that I was reading about, which I'll brush up on my details on that, but it was a whole thing of what is feasible as not being an illegal attack, if that makes sense. I mean, ultimately war is war, but there was I'll brush that up of what I've discovered. It is fascinating, and of course, obviously with what happened, there was hundreds and hundreds of thousands of civilians killed from both sides, everywhere. But that's war. And unfortunately, this is why I said you cannot and must not get rid of this out of our education. So the RAF BBMF also serves to promote the modern day Air Force as well, to inspire the future generation. So the fact that we're at RAF Coningsby, a QRA station, this is exactly where it comes from World War II, to scramble, scramble, scramble. Am I allowed to say that 3 times? I should be all right, as long as they can't hear it. But the whole point, so when you have a ground crew and pilots in the Q shed, as they call it, they are doing exactly what they did in World War II. Exactly the same. And it must be, and also feel like, an honour, because in they are taking on their footsteps. So they're keeping that scramble and the QRA role alive in our country. So a little bit of background, just a very basic of the BBMF, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. They formed on the 11th of July 1957 at Biggin Hill, and they formed as the historic aircraft flight with just 3 Spitfires at the time. It was PM631, which I will add is still flying, so technically this makes it the longest serving BBMF aircraft, if that makes sense. All right, they've had it the longest. There was also PS853 and PS915. Don't know too much about them, but some of them went to America. They were sold or whichever, but they're no longer in the fleet. But the next aircraft to arrive, which was the last surviving airworthy Hurricane, was LF363. So that's the second longest serving that's still serving, if that makes sense. So many of the aircraft at the time rotated in their gate guard duty. So not all of them were displaying. Some were gate guards at West Malling, Norfolk and Bentley Prior, with a few location changes as well, such as Horsham, St Faith and Tattershall in 1963. The flight had increased their inventory, including Spitfire Mark V AB910. Now, this particular Spitfire is linked with the Ted Coningsby channel. In fact, is linked with Ted's beret. The very Spitfire that flew an unauthorized passenger. It was a Women's Auxiliary Air Force ground crew named by the name of, she was an engineer ground crew. She was Margaret Horton, and because of the Spitfire's narrow gear, in rough weather, they were prone to jackknife or tilt. Sometimes you'll see photos of airmen on, ground crew, on the wings. But when there was rough weather, a member of the ground crew would sit on the back of the tail, all right, and just to keep it steady until ready for chocks away and ready to go. I think it was RAF Hibbleston, and so Margaret was sat on the back, just standard procedure. The chocks were already taken off, and the pilot actually took off, forgetting that he still had Margaret on the back. So the AB910 took off, and the pilot started to notice that there was something wrong with the elevators, because Margaret had her fingers just hanging on for dear life. The Spitfire got to, I think it was about 300 feet, and when it got to about 600 feet, she reported that she nearly passed out and blacked out, but she just got round and started to come round. Now, there was a couple of versions that I've read, not far out from the story itself. One of them being that the air traffic controller didn't want to alert the pilot, because obviously it might freak the pilot out. There is that version as well, but the pilot noticed there was something wrong with the Spitfire and requested to land. And when the pilot landed safely with Margaret still hanging onto it, her beret came off, and she looked back and thought, oh dear, I better go and get that. So first of all, if you lost your beret during that time, it was a forfeit of 2 weeks' wages, because it was issued by the King. So Margaret, like Ted, went about her way to go and get it, and she managed to get it. Went back to the hangars and just had a cigarette and a cup of tea, and they said, why did you go and get your beret? And then she explained, it's like, I got to get my beret. So that was the story, and that's AB910. It was a veteran. It did serve as well, but not in the Battle of Britain itself, but it did actually go into combat as well. Now, so that's the story of that. Now, on the 20th of November 1973, Lancaster PA474 was officially transferred to the BBMF from 44 Squadron at RAF Waddington, which is just over there, and the aircraft was flown to RAF Tattershall to join the flight, which was then based at the Norfolk airfield. And this is why they've added memorial to it, because it was the Battle of Britain flight, and the addition of the Lancaster, they added the title memorial, so it became the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight in 1973. In 1976, the BBMF moved here to Coningsby, Bomber County. Now, as a museum without walls, which is a museum you can still visit today for free, there is a gift shop as well. You can do a hangar tour. I believe it's about £11 or £11.50 thereabouts for adults. Now, they are a museum without walls. It maintains their historic and irreplaceable aircraft, the Avro Lancaster. There is a C-47 Dakota, Spitfires, 2 Hurricanes, and the de Havilland Chipmunks as well, which are used for training. And also the Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight do supply the T6 for the last part of the training. The BBMF is a regular unit, and it's manned by service personnel and funded by the Ministry of Defence, and their motto, ladies and teddy bears, is "Lest we forget." And that is what it's all about. And for those, I'm sure there were many that had goosebumps then, and it means so much. I know many of you have family that have served. Many of you have told us that you know, I get emails and letters saying, "Oh, my grandfather." I've even had a lot of you send me emails of the logbooks from like grandparents that served. Amazing, absolutely fascinating stuff to see, and very kind of you to send that in so I can have a little look. And the way they wrote, I had one of our fans send me a logbook of their father, who served in Burma in the Mosquito, and some of the things that were written then was just completely different today. It was like, yep, strafed, bomb run, bridges destroyed, a happy day or a good day or something like. It's like, wow, okay, it's a different breed then, and just think they did that day in, day out. Unbelievable, amazing. So it's such a nice. You know, I think it's really important to keep it at a QRA station, of course, because that is in essence what it was all about during World War II. So RAF Coningsby plans to build it was in 1937, and of course when the land was finally purchased, then it was completed in November the 4th, 1940. Took a few months for the first residents to arrive with their aircraft, and the very first aircraft was in fact the Handley Page Hampden, which arrived with 106 Squadron in 1941. You know me, you wouldn't think we're going to get away with not seeing a model of a plane, would you? Hey! There it is, there's our Handley Page Hampden. Look at this. Beautiful. Now the markings, if you don't know, the first two, 49 and 83, operated the Hampdens first. And the first two letters indicate the squadron. So 106 Squadron would have had Zulu November. The third letter is literally the flight or radio call sign for it, like for example W Whiskey or Z Zebra, B Baker. They weren't always the phonetics that we have today. Were a little bit different. So the Handley Page Hampden, one of our first sort of few twin engine bombers at the time. We had the Wellington bomber as well. Not here though. Here we had the Hampden. But we'll see. It looks very similar to the Blenheim in some ways, but the distinction on this was the 3-foot wide fuselage, just 1 meter, crew of 4 on this, and it was brought into production. It was quite a small aircraft for a bomber. We had the Whitworth Whitley as well, the Vickers Wellington, twin engine bombers such as the Blenheim as well. You know, that's what we had at the time, twin engines, until the Air Ministry decided that we did need more power you know, with our bombers, if we were going to succeed with our bomber command. The Hampden could take a payload of 4,000 £, also a 18-inch torpedo. Crew of 4, pilot at the top there, but the problem was with the Hampden being so compact with the folding seat that should the pilot get injured or worse, it was very difficult to get the pilot out, unfortunately. But there we go. And give you a bit of length details, 53 feet 7 inches. That's wingspan of 69 feet. When you compared that to the Lancaster's 102. And powered by the Bristol Pegasus 19 9-cylinder air-cooled radial piston engines. Over 1,000 horsepower, giving it quite a modest speed for the time, really, 247 miles. So it was, because I would have thought because of the lightness of it, really. But there we go. And 106 Squadron arrived with these in 1941 of February, and literally a month later they got into operations, and it was on the 1st into the 2nd of March. It was their first ever sortie. 8 Hampdens from 106 Squadron were detailed to take part in the first operation from Coningsby, and it was a raid over Cologne, and only 5 aircraft got airborne, and the other 2 having engine trouble, and the other, it kind of became bogged down on takeoff, which was back then a grass airfield. Don't forget, proposals for airfields built from after December 1944 for hardened runways. Now all 5 106 Squadron Hampdens, they did reach Cologne, 4 of the aircraft dropping their bombs, but the 5th, piloted by Sergeant Howard, brought its bomb load back because of an electrical fault which prevented the bombs from being dropped. Now the problem with being in such a wet country, our good old Blighty, is armourers, when they were loading the bombs, well, when you start getting up into altitude, well, damp creates frost, so that was also a problem. Bombs would get sort of frozen in their release buckles, and it would not be released because of it. I mean, the service ceiling on one of these was actually quite good for what it was. It was a 19,000 feet service ceiling. So it was quite a successful first mission with no losses. And the second operation was conducted the following night, so no rest for them from the 3rd into the 4th of March in 1941. But this time, this was going to be their first ever loss. There was a mission which consisted of 71 Hampdens, Wellingtons and Whitleys, and 9 Hampdens of 106 Squadron taking off from Coningsby at 2800 hours. They arrived to the target. Now there were large gaps, of course, the weather being, you know, something that they had to take note of, you know, so they can see their target. Now the bombing took place between 10,000 and 12,000 feet. Now Coningsby's Hampdens, 9 of them weren't alone. There was 71 in total, but unfortunately one of them was hit by flak after the bomb raid had taken place. And it was X3002 which was lost, which consisted of the deaths of all 4 on board: Sergeant Ken Good, Sergeant Bert Ward, Sergeant Dave Crouch and Sergeant Vic Essex. They crashed near Andres. So the first ever aircraft to operate here at Coningsby. A month later after that, they did have another squadron arrive, 97 Squadron. And I've always promised you this, and I've got it. It's arrived. So something new for the show. Oh yes, I've got it. Check this out. Now, it's very difficult to get you an Avro Manchester. So I've got a little fact sheet. Look at this. So very, very similar to the, in fact, like I've mentioned before, the Avro Lancaster was at first called the Avro Manchester Mark Mark III. So Roy Chadwick and the crew of Avro, they had, I mean, this is an awesome little fact file, so thank you, good old eBay. Yeah, so this was great. It was just let down by the Vulture engines. There were 2. They were rated at 1760 horsepower on paper, but it was the engine. Now I'll show you a little picture of what they've got here. Remember I said about the Mark 1. The Mark 1 had 3 stabilizers, 3 fins at the back. Okay, so it was almost taken the shape of the Lancaster, but the Mark 1A, they got rid of that. And what they did, they extended 3 meters to what we have today on the Lancaster, interestingly. So it had the shape of the Lancaster, but not quite. You know, it's really interesting. But the problem was the Vulture engines. They weren't ready, and sadly, from my readings and studies, that it was kind of forced into. You know, let's face it, we had Blenheims, you know, we had Hampdens, and they were just underpowered. They just weren't quite, you know, it didn't have what the Air Ministry required. And it was, ironically, it was the engines that were the letdown. They were Rolls-Royce Vulture engines. Like I said, they had a, you know, on paper, really good horsepower, you know, 1760. But the problem was the ball bearings would heat up and then catch fire to the engine, and the engine would catch fire, sorry, because the ball bearings would just, you know, start heating up and causing all sorts of problems. The propellers were feathering. Again, I've always said that, you know, propellers are like wings. They are aerodynamically specific. If you think about the gentleman that's in his 70s at Mildenhall, you know, just checking every nook and cranny if it does exist on that propeller for the Hertz. That's his sole purpose. These were feathering, and then once you start feathering, that's going to cause all sorts of problems. In fact, 97 Squadron reverted to using Hampdens, and Hampdens of 106, 106 Squadron were transitioning to Manchester's. These were grounded, I can't remember, but around sort of 6 or 12 times. That's horrendous. In fact, they were taken out of service. This didn't see the end of the war. It was taken out of service. But how interesting, I mean, killed by the Vulture engine. I mean, how interesting, though, to think, because if it wasn't for the Manchester, we would not have had this. So that's the irony. So it had a 90-foot wingspan, and Roy Chadwick and his crew, they decided to add an extra 6 foot either side and add 4 brand spanking new engines. Now, here's the thing. They were 1,300 horsepower rated, okay? So, okay, they're 400 horsepower short, but they were so reliable. They were the Merlin, Rolls-Royce Merlin 20. The 3 meter extended H-tail stayed from the Manchester. They've made it a little bit longer by the look of it. And the BT308 was the prototype, which was been tested very early in 1941, I believe. Just trying to think off the top of my head. And then eventually, when they got it right, I mean, it didn't need a lot. Our Air Marshal Harris, nicknamed Bomber Harris, he was loving this. He really did. And let's face it, it looked right, it flew right. And December 1941, 44 Squadron got a lovely Christmas present. They got Lancasters. Imagine that. So you know what to put on your Christmas list. So yeah, and literally the following months, and April 1942, the famous Augsburg raid. First time the Luftwaffe had ever seen the Lancaster, and Roy Chadwick and his crew, they did well, but all thanks to the engines that weren't very good. And this is and was the most successful Royal Air Force heavy bomber. But of course, you need hardened runways at the time for this. So Coningsby had to close its runways in 42. The squadrons moved before then. Just a quick one to mention in 1942 as well, that Wing Commander Guy Gibson was instated as the Wing Commander for 106 Squadron as well, which was pretty cool. So there we go. That's I'm glad I got that for you, just to show you, because it's very difficult to get a model of a Manchester. Very difficult. The best thing I could do was to get you a little photo of it. That's the only thing I could do. So the Lancaster made a fantastic history. So I'm just going to go and grab a cup of tea. I'll leave you on what bits of the Lancaster I can get you from this bit. Oh, hello, what's that? Oh, they're refueling it. They're refueling it. I can just about see the little crate with the little, yeah, there it is. There's the fuel. Just about see this little rod. So we'll just, unfortunately, we'll just have to leave you at that for now. And I'll just go and grab a cup of tea. That was just, I'm still shocked at that. I just think... Brilliant. Okay, well thank you for that. I think that is a thing.
Sorry, you was there, I was listening to you, obviously, live for this.
What's it called?
Celeste.
Celeste.
That's why I'm feeling back.
Yeah, I am. I'm going to put one out and make it.
So now we're saying the F-5s, not just the fat penguin to name it,
There we go.
Where I obviously I Welsh, and like some Michael Town,
priceless, and worth a kid there, that's where the factory used to be.
Right,
That's
okay.
where they built the C5.
Oh, really?
You know the three-wheeler?
Yeah.
C5 was from Stirling.
Wow. Amazing. I know.
Every day's just been.
Yeah.
Good times.
Get hold of a Manchester model, so I managed to get a little fact sheet on eBay.
The wife's dad, he's a wireless operator on the land.
Right.
We lost him 2 years ago.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
97, so. Well, I didn't ask you a question. What equipment do you use?
Ted Special.
Come on.
It's Ted Special. It's Ted Special. The Ted cam with a Tedasonic lens and a Ted pod. There you go. Brilliant, isn't it? With Ted BMI cables. Right. I think someone asked me a question of this. Okay, so for those interested in the in that model, someone asked the question. It's this one. You can get hold of. It's and do you know what? I failed to see when I first got it. It is actually PA474 in the 9 Squadron. So if I show you the so it is in 9 Squadron markings, WS. That was the squadron markings for 9 Squadron, and you can see this on the tails of the Typhoons at Lossiemouth in red. Whiskey Sierra 9 Squadron. So this was J for Johnny Walker. It's got the Johnny Walker whiskey guy there. Drink responsibly and all that. So yeah, and what's famous about this is that along with 617 Squadron, and this was a livery pre-2000, I think in the late night, I think the last few years of I think between 97 and 99, thereabouts, don't quote me on that, but I think 99 it had this, and it was and this Johnny Walker, along with 617 Squadron and 9 Squadron Lancasters, they downed and sunk the Tirpitz. Look at this. And yeah, if you can, I think there you go. I don't know if you can see that PA474. There we go. So that was cool. Hey man, you alright? Good, buddy, good. Yeah, so they do change livery. They had is it Phantom of the Ruhr and KMB Baker for the Augsburg raid. They commemorate. I mean, today we have 2 different squadron markings on either side. So I'm just wondering how long it will be for the next one. But of course, if they do that, I don't know if we. I suppose they do that during the winter, don't they? That'd be quite good. EP65, Alex Raven, how's it going? LEJ Approach, Lorraine, Andrew Farley and Alan Burden. Margot, Wee Stevie Boy. So just gotta wait for the next, or hope for another. Babs aren't, I think so. I mean, we just caught that pipe, didn't we? That fuel pipe just on top. So brace yourselves for potentially. We're going to stay here till 1:30 if there's no movements. If there's obviously movements from 1:30, then we'll stay until what we think. See, originally this is what we came to see, just one movement, or at least what we predicted, only because there's a fly past around 1-ish. That's all. I thought it was 11 because it's yeah, I read the wrong day. Never mind. Age. Mind you, it had a 1 in it. There you go. That's all. Just messing. So yeah, that's what I was hoping to see, and I didn't expect to see 2 displays. And the thing is, this is what I've always said: if you've got a day that you just bring some books, bring some tea, chill out. You're out in the open. You're in the fresh air mixed with aviation fuel. It's beautiful. It's good for you. Aviation fuel, really good with your sandwich or whatever it is, and tea, coffee. Just messing with you. But yeah, it's. I mean, the Lancasters are using what, high octane jet fuel, 100 octane jet fuel, then, wouldn't they? Which have spoken about what the future is for heritage aircraft, if they need to change the fuel pumps and fuel lines in them. I don't know what the future is with that, but as fuel is becoming more economical and mixed in with all bio-friendly, etc., those kind of fuels, I don't know how it will work with these, but we'll see. That's wouldn't worry about it for now. Here we go. Realise you had a Toyota. Yeah. Cool. You know what the Toyota symbol means? It's a needle and thread. You'll never look at it. You didn't see that? It's putting the thread through the needle, as in handcrafted. You like that? The random fact of the day. What's the Toyota symbol mean? It's the needle and thread. As in to make a little hand finish. It's got the needle, the eye of the needle. And when you see it, you'll never unsee it. And then I think, is it really like that? So that's what man, how you doing? All right? How's it going? Okay. Good to see you, mate. Good to give just 1 second. Good to see you, man. Just had a bit of an accident.
You know.
Yes, all right. I got with me super glue. Gonna do some live repairs on my short Stirling bomber.
Of course.
How you been? All right?
Yeah, good. Yeah.
Good.
Mad dash over last night.
Sorry.
We had a mad dash over.
Oh, did you last night?
Last minute thing.
Was it? Oh, fair enough. It's worth it
I'm
though,
not
isn't
sitting
it?
at home.
Yeah, that's it. Get yourself out, isn't it? Sorry about this. I've just got to.
Spitting.
This is going to be a nightmare. I'm just going to hold it still for a little bit. They're really fragile, and
I know.
I'm surprised they're still going on here. To be honest. How was the drive? All right.
It's good, mate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. Didn't take long.
How was it take?
Done in about 2 hours.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? Good choice.
Beautiful place.
That's where we have our end of year party. Isn't it?
Yeah, I know. We'll try to get over it if there's any space left. Hopefully.
Oh yeah, got that. Yeah, 30th of November. There should be plenty of spaces as well to stay the night there if you want to stay there. You don't have to.
Yeah. I was going to ask them this morning, but
Yeah, you're right, buddy.
I had a wander around the gardens and just
Oh, it's
jumped in
lovely.
the car. It's
Did
nice.
you see the Barnes Wallace bouncing bomb there as well?
No,
Oh, they've got one in the garden at Petwood.
I didn't see that.
There's one.
Listen,
Yeah, it's typical by that. What was that? Rectangular sort of. Right there.
I had a pond as well.
Oh no!
Didn't even see it.
It's very easily missed though, to be honest.
It's probably buried in the undergrowth.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got this like special fencing. I might have to get blue tack on it. As soon as it sort of thickens, I can leave it.
One suit blue.
Yeah, it'll be alright in a minute. Come on, it's thickening up now, come on.
Why don't you just stick your fingers together quick?
Yeah, fingers fine, bits no. So it's going to show the 4-engine bombers that come out just before the Lancaster. This way, let's take the battery of this. Does it want to stick? Come on, you can do it.
It's a bit warmer than last time we were here anyway.
I know, man.
When was that? January?
Yeah, January I think it was.
Because we were here and then it was late
Yeah.
as well, weren't we?
Yeah, that's it. No, it's good choice to Petwood, mate. Very good. I love inside as well. It's
Nice,
so
isn't it?
good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Food's good as well, isn't it? Have you been before there? Or
No, we usually stay at the gate.
Oh, I think it's going to do it. I think it's going to do it. Let go in just a few seconds.
There you go.
Right, stay there. I might have to skip that for now and then talk about the Halifax, which that needs a little bit of a see better days. Give it a little brush in.
Been in the wars, hasn't it?
It has, yeah.
Sun's going to break through soon. Blue skies are coming.
Oh yeah.
Just following the sun from London all this, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, isn't it? Clearly didn't need that part, but it wasn't just freaked on there. very small, mate. It's absolutely, it's like a little. Look at some of my models. Oh, it's part of the, yeah, it's part of the landing gear, isn't it? No, no. Yeah. Sure. Thank you, so kind of you, man.
Hello.
Thank you.
Usually buy you breakfast, don't I?
Oh, bless. Thank you so much. Honestly, I appreciate that.
Are you in the chapter too?
Yeah, Kevin Howard.
Thanks a lot, Kevin.
If you want, I'll post a link for the tickets.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, do it. Yeah, remind me we've still got
Yeah.
a couple of months closer. We all do
6 months member now. Even though I've been watching for so long.
I think we all watch for,
Yeah.
and then we all think, why didn't I do it?
I know. It's just one of them.
We all get round to it eventually, don't we?
Which one? Who are you, sorry?
Simon Watcher.
Oh, yes,
You're on Kevin now, are you, mate?
I bet Davey.
Yeah, oh yeah, legend.
Duxford flight,
Yeah.
the Ents, the flight for now.
Yeah, I'm doing just the end, the finale. I'm doing that.
Yeah,
It's October.
We'll be going again. Hopefully go over to Cosford next month as well.
Yeah.
That's 2 weeks away, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Not far away now.
Yeah.
You're going there, aren't you?
Yes, I'll be streaming there.
Official stream.
Yeah. Oh, you said, yeah. I remember you saying, yeah.
I've lost, I think, a bit of knowledge here. I'll have to rewrite it again. Yeah, times two, I know. Really good. Okay, that's held on.
Back to it, mate.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that, mate.
Yeah, no.
How we doing, ladies, gents, Teddy, Maz? Hope we're all good. Hopefully, may get another BBMF movement. I mean, I don't think we're going to top what we see today, but there you go. That's the thing. I was going to show you. I've managed to get myself another Halifax because the one I had sadly lost all its propellers due to moving around. But I managed to get another one, and I was going to really talk about the Halifax and the Stirling, which come out just before the Lancaster. No, I've actually lost my. So I was just getting to learn a little bit more about the Halifax 4-engine bomber, and which entered service with 35 Squadron at RAF Linton on Ouse. It was in 1940. So again, these are just before the Lancaster, and of course our short Stirling bomber as well. That was our first 4-engine bomber. The Air Ministry put out a requirement, a specification for a 4-engine bomber to give us a bit more power, a bit more speed, to give a boost for Bomber Command to get the job done, to take out targets. I mean, targets varied from, you know, ball bearing plants, and the idea was to stop the manufacturing of U-boats and aircraft, bombs and armament plants, that kind of thing. But what I'll do, I'll show you the I mean, we've spoken about the, I think it's okay now. Well, if we we may have some battle damage live on the screen in a minute, and let me just move that a little bit. Sorry about that. Right, so I've got the first, here we go. So we've got the short Stirling bomber. So this was the first to come out. It was before the Lancaster, and then after this, I believe, after this was the Lancaster. Sorry, the Halifax, and then the Lancaster. So, one of the things, of course, is one thing coming out with something new, but of course you're going to get probably teething issues. The issue with the short Stirling bomber, which was our first ever Royal Air Force 4-engine bomber of World War II, it wasn't actually designed in this way. And what I mean by that is, it was huge, right? It's massive. If I compare that to, if I get the Lancaster, you'll know what I mean. That's our Lancaster. I mean, the Lancaster's massive. They're not that far out, to be honest. But to be honest, they're not actually that far out. Interesting, unless they're not to scale, but they look to scale, to be honest. Yeah, I'd say they're to scale. Oh, actually, I might take that back. It is longer, slightly longer. Yeah, just slightly longer. But the problem is with the short Stirling bomber, it was originally designed to have about 120-foot wingspan, so an extra 10 foot on top of this. So I'd say realistically about that much and that much. So if we use those fences, maybe in that perspective with the posts, maybe there. But the thing is, our hangars only accommodated aircraft with a maximum 102. So the Air Ministry said, no, we're not going to make new hangars just to accommodate your bomber. Now, the bigger your wing area, the better the lift, right? That makes sense. This was huge, the short Stirling bomber. Compared to the other aircraft, like I said, it was supposed to have a 120-foot or so wingspan. Crew of 7, wingspan was just short of 100 foot in the end to accommodate the hangars of the Air Ministry and the Royal Air Force. At a max speed of 282, service ceiling of just 16,500, which is not a lot really if you think about it. It really struggled. So fully loaded, fully fueled, just 16,500 horsepower. It was designed to carry 14,000 pounds of bombs, which was ideal. Again, one of the requirements from the Air Ministry was the payload it could have as well, with 4 engines. So 4 engines meant it could take more payload and give it a reliable speed. But sadly, this was subject to its demise in the fact that they didn't have any hangars to accommodate it. So unfortunately, this suffered from it, and they were told no to the 120 foot. So July 1940 though, the first production Stirling departed Rochester, and in August 1940 it was delivered to number 7 Squadron, Gleaming, which today number 7 operates at Odeon, operating the Chinooks. I mean, that's fascinating to even have that in mind. But sadly, this suffered quite a bit, and really struggled in that role. In fact, it was given a towing role, this eventually. So don't forget, when the Air Ministry put forward things like this, Handley Page, Vickers, Avro, they all tried to get to secure the deal, because let's face it creates jobs, creates work, and it gets their reputation out there. So Handley Page's answer to a 4-engine bomber was to create the Handley Page Halifax bomber, which I have. Let's show you the Halifax. Here we go. Actually, what I'll do, we'll compare it. You will see the absolute size difference here. So look at this, again, massive, huge. But the problem with the Halifax, this is a later model, and you can tell from later model Halifaxes, because it did have teething issues, it had quite a substantial amount of issues. Now, what you'll see here, the H-tail, the fins, the original early models had a kidney shaped fins, which actually aerodynamically caused problems when the Halifax was making evasive manoeuvres. It would actually it would lose control, and this was all down to these the H-tail fins. They were kidney shaped, so that was rectified. In fact, the engines were causing problems as well at night as a night bomber, because they needed to hide the heat that was coming from the flames coming from the engines, because night fighters of the Luftwaffe at night they just looked out for flames, and night fighters would report, yeah, we just look at the flames and we'll just aim in the middle and shoot them down. So they could actually see them at night, and they were wondering why. So this was a bit of a problem. Powered on the, let's have a look, the later model. Let's have a look what we're going to base this one on. Mark III later models had the Bristol Hercules engines. So it was a 14-cylinder air-cooled, 4 of them. They were the Mark 16, sorry, beg your pardon. Mark 16, 3-bladed again, propellers like the rest of them. Now, how does it compare? Well, it had a higher speed, 282 miles than the Stirling. Service ceiling was a very promising and a good 24,000 feet. That's way better. That's 7,500 feet higher service ceiling. So this, for me, was a lot more successful than, clearly, than the short Stirling bomber. It served commonly with the Royal Canadian Air Force here in Britain. So it's very similar to the Lancaster as well. Could take a 13,000 pound of bomb load. It had the wingspan 104.2 inches, so just a little bit, pushing it a little bit there. Length 71.7 inches, a crew of 7, and it could take, it had a good speed. But the thing is, it took a while to get to that because of some of the design flaws that it had. It wasn't as successful first time as the Lancaster. So this was our second, I believe, 4-engine bomber to enter service, the Handley Page Halifax. Quite similar to the Lancaster. But the thing is, though, when you've got your Air Marshal having a favourite, the Lancaster, which Bomber Harris, they do look similar, but very similar. Let's not take away the Halifax was, in its right, it was a good bomber, it was successful, but it had a few teething issues which let it down. As I was saying about the exhaust heat, later models had them omitted, but night bombers had dampers on them, like sleeves to go on them. PA474 doesn't have them. So very interesting in design. Massive bomb load on the Lancaster as well. So it could do the job, the Lancaster, and that's why it was Air Marshal Harris's favourite. But Handley Page did well with the Halifax, to be fair. There we go. Let me just put these down. The propellers are so brittle. I'll just put you back to the Halifax. We don't often talk about the Halifax here on the channel. But, there were a large number of them. Were also operated by Coastal Command as well. And like I said, first entered service in 1940 with 35 Squadron at Linton-on-Ouse. Its operational debut occurred on the 11th of March 1941. Similar sort of month to 106 Squadron that operated here. 6 Halifax bombers flew a bombing raid against Le Havre, targeting area around the docks and any shipping that might be present. And the existence of the Halifax was not officially acknowledged until July 1941, after it was used in a daylight attack at La Pallice, France, against the German battleship the Scharnhorst. And at the end of 1941, the Halifax was withdrawn from daylight bombing operations after intensifying fighter opposition had increased the casualty rates to unsustainable levels. And what I mean by unsustainable is the percentage of loss you will end up with having your whole command wiped out. Now, in the second half of 1942, 35 Squadron and 4 other squadrons were selected to form a Pathfinder force, which was later expanded to number 8 group. Now, Pathfinder crews flying these Halifax bombers would mark routes to identify and mark targets for the main force. So this was quite effective and a very different role for the Halifax. Now, by the end of 43, number 4 group had been entirely equipped with Halifax and would continue to operate the aircraft until the end of the war. Now, number 6 group formed the Royal Canadian Air Force squadrons, and they also adopted Halifaxes around that same time and would go on to operate in each of its 14 squadrons in total. And although it was never solely equipped with the at its peak strength with Bomber Command, they operated a total of 76 Halifax squadrons. So it did, you know, you can have a look at the earlier, like Mark 1 with, I can see here the sort of kidney-shaped, you know, tail there. The nose turret was different on the earlier Marks. It almost had like a you know, double dome, almost like a reverse B shape. I suppose it depends how you see it. But the earlier models of the Halifax were heavily used by Bomber Command and made valuable contributions to the operation. But like I said, their daylight operations were scrapped because the amount of unsustainable losses. But the upgrade to the Bristol Hercules radio engines, they replaced them in the place of the Merlins, and they were introduced into service in 1943. And this is what I mean. So with the Merlin engines, the way their exhausts would stick out, they would create a lot of flames, and it was the earlier Marks that were really suffering. So maybe that's probably why they changed to the later models, been upgraded to the Bristol Hercules engines, perhaps, maybe because they've got, you can see a very different type of exhausts on those and intakes, very different, but nevertheless it served well and did well. So that was our debut for the my new model I got there. They do come from various sources, by the way. There's not one place I get them all from. I just look online. But, there we go. But yeah, the Halifax did get a little raised eyebrow and a little smile from Bomber Harris. You know, it did get some good feedback in the end. I mean, it was during the 1000 bomber raid of Cologne, and Harris's view did change in the spring and June of 42, and in response he actually wrote a letter and said, "My dear Handley Page, we much appreciate your telegram of congratulations on Saturday night's work, the success of which was largely due to your support in giving us such a powerful weapon to wield, and between us we will make a job of it." So that was a little extract from Arthur Harris, Air Marshal Harris's letter to Handley Page. I mean, that's impressive. I mean, it took part in targeting the V1 flying bombs on their targets. It did serve quite well. It did fly well alongside Mosquitoes as well. It had a good, it had a good reputation. Just the earlier Marks, I think, kind of just let it down. But some aircraft just, let's face it, the Avro Manchester was probably the worst one out there, I guess, in that respect, as it just didn't deliver from its engine. So it's kind of sad. But it was on the 25th of April 1945. Halifax performed its last major operation against the enemy in World War II during an attack on coastal gun batteries at Augsburg in the Frisian Islands of the North Sea. There we go. Of course, here it's all about the Lancaster. Just to give you a quick rundown on Coningsby's aircraft. So starting off in 1941 of February, we had the Handley Page Hampden, and then 3 months later, April, it was the Avro Manchester, and 1943 was the Avro Lancaster, and 45 onwards we had the Mosquito. I know many of you have that as a favourite. In the 1950 we had the Boeing Washington, which was a B-29. The Boeing Washington was the Royal Air Force designation. And then in 1953, RAF Coningsby changed role to the jet era, changed completely, and the very first jet aircraft arrived, which was the English electric Canberra, and then a lot of your favourite, a lot of you have this as a favourite in between 1962 and 64. Believe it or not, the Avro Vulcan was here. Oh yes, only just for a couple of years until it moved on to Cottesmore. And then let's have a look. Yep, 5 years later. Wow, between those 5 years, the Royal Air Force thought very carefully about replacing the Canberra, and they did choose wisely, except this didn't go ahead. The Coningsby was chosen to become a TSR2 station, but unfortunately that never went ahead. So the RAF chose the F111 Aardvark to replace the Canberra. However, on ordering two, the contract was cancelled. I think it was the F111K. But in the end, in 1969, it was the end of Bomber County for Coningsby. It became fighter town with the arrival of the Spey engine Phantom, and number 6 Squadron arrived here with them. And it was the first sort of fighter jet. And number 6 Squadron, the flying can openers, due to the amount of tanks that they destroyed with their Hurricanes in World War II. And if you look at their squadron markings, well, first of all, the official emblem is an eagle feasting or preying on a snake. But if you look at the aircraft markings, it's actually an eagle flying down with a can opener, which does make me smile, but there we go. Bit quirky. Other squadrons that were here flying the Phantom, such as 228, the operational conversion unit, 29, 41. Other aircraft through the times, when we get to the 70s and 80s, Jaguar, Harrier, Tornado F3, and then the GRs started to come in as well, GR4. And then finally, the Typhoon. And that was May the 19th, 2005, sorry. 2005. Arrived with number 17 Squadron, followed by the Operational Conversion Unit 29, who are the responsible for training the latest and greatest pilots. Here we are today, and although you may see an English Electric Lightning through that hangar there, it didn't actually operate with Coningsby. It was 29 squadrons that were operating that. There's a nice English Electric Lightning in there. If only it could do a little hot taxi. Oh, look at that, it's quite nice actually. You can see that there. There are two here at Coningsby. So there's one here at as a gate guard for 29, and there's one at 11 Fighter Squadron. You can just about see those beautiful vertical aligned engines. Very awesome. There's quite a few gate guards here. There's a Harrier on the south side of the base as well, and at the sort of main gate area you've got a Tornado and a Phantom. So Coningsby's got quite a few selections of gate guards going on. Tasty. White Wizard, Aspen, what up? Aspen, how you doing, man? I gotta remember, it's Aspen now.
Have a good time.
Harana, how you doing? Oi oi to you, Paul Mayers.
In the chat when I can be, but just support.
Kev, you right, man?
Yeah.
Big shout out to Kevin Howard, Simon Watchorn and Chris Lane. I hope you're supposed to be here because you're now in trouble. Oh dear.
Warm now. It's lovely now.
Yeah, it's getting warmer now. Blue skies now. Oh, I love it. Yeah, it's nice, that one. It's a good one, that. Yeah, it's nice now. So we are hoping for one more round. One more beautiful scenes with the Lancaster. Yeah. just can't get over today what happened. I was
Yeah.
couldn't believe it when you said they've just pulled out the Hurricane and the Spitfire. I was like, what? Yeah, and then all the crew started coming out. I'm like, oh, it's always a good buzz. But again, just remember, it's all potluck. Absolute potluck. What luck we've had though, I must say. That is a very good potluck. I mean, don't forget, was it two Saturdays ago we got nothing. So that's the risk that you take. We got nothing, probably due to the 30 miles an hour gusting wind. So that was probably enough. And don't be surprised when you're at air shows, it's nice and sunny with not a lot of wind. Don't forget, you've got to be mindful of the weather here, because the BBMF aircraft are a lot more sensitive to winds, especially strong gusting and strong crosswinds as well. Okay, here we go. Crew coming out, ground crew. So this is like a little rewind of today. So we've got ground crew coming out. Here we go again. This is looking good. Stay with us for more BBMF action, which we are anticipating. I'm alright for a minute. I might just come out and have one more cup of tea. Quick cup of tea time. Yeah, that's that one, that's 3 hours on. That's good. I think that's probably about the time it's supposed to come back, about 3-ish, isn't it? Okay. Oh, they've refueled it already. Oh, who's that?
Just thinking.
Yeah.
With that earlier when it was to the space, would that not be classed as a medium? Because technically it's two full display cases.
They have to have the...
Oh yeah, they've got to have the air marshal here as well.
So it's probably getting ready for it.
That's a shame.
It just means that's it again, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Lucas Betts, thank you very much for your support. Lucas Betts, thank you. Yeah, it starts to deteriorate a little bit, but it's okay. We've had worse. We've had worse weather. Sometimes I'm swimming, sometimes. Oh, cool.
Never been used.
Oh, wow.
All the gen head guts here.
I'll have a look, yeah.
Loads off. Back down here to...
Yeah, I mean, I'm here. Yeah, just send me a message, I'll let you know where I am.
Yeah. Well, I know you're not
No, I'm 5 days a week, so and it allowed me to make decisions like yesterday.
Yeah, that's it.
That was like, it was really difficult to either come here or Lakenheath. We chose wisely,
Yeah, of course.
you know. But,
Whacked out.
yeah, sure. Just send me a message on it. So you may have seen crew already. I haven't been looking, but ground crew are there with the Lancaster now. So hopefully very shortly we'll see the crew and the airmen, pilots, etc. for the Lancaster. So PA474 that you can just about see on the screens there, built as a B Mark 1 by Vickers Armstrong Limited at its Broughton factory near Chester in 1945. It was made to become part of the Tiger Force, just like Just Jane as well, but so these will have different radiators. Of course, the Far East having different climate, they had different radiators on these particular Lancasters, but of course it was set for strategic bombing, but it didn't go ahead. The modifications included the gun turrets removed, and because it was assigned as a photographic reconnaissance, or was allocated to duties with 82 Squadron in the East and South Africa. But on the return from service, PA474 was loaned to the Flight Refuelling Limited. It was originally used as a pilotless drone, and Flight Refuelling used the Avro Lincoln instead, and PA474 was then transferred to the College of Aeronautics at Cranfield, and this was used for trials on the Handley Page laminar flow wing. The test wings were mounted vertically above the rear fuselage, and in '64 it came under the control of the Air Historical Branch, and it was potentially going to be a sort of museum display at the RAF Museum, but during this time the aircraft appeared in 2 films, the Operation Crossbow film and the Guns of Navarone. PA474 saw a bit more storage in its career, first at Horton and then at Henlow, and then after request from its original squadron, number 44, based at RAF Waddington, the request came in 1965 to move it back to Waddington for restoration back to wartime standard, including refitting of the front and the rear turrets. So the turrets are quite recent. I can just about see 2 or 3 maybe of the ground crew there. Eventually, of course, in 1973 it was added to the Battle of Britain flight, and then gave sort of birth to the addition of the memorial title to the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. That was at Tattershall, and eventually 1976 they moved to Coningsby to make it its new home. So currently there are 2 representations, 2 squadrons that are represented on PA474 currently. So it's a dual-sided marking system. On the port side, we have a representation of a B3 with serial number Whiskey 5005, and you'll see the ARL for leader. That's Alpha Romeo, and Alpha Romeo was the markings for 460 Squadron. It was a Royal Australian Air Force with the nose art depicting the kangaroo in the Wellington boots playing the bagpipes. It depicts certain aspects of the crew. You got there was Wales, New Zealand and Australia as well in there, hence the bagpipes, for Scottish, my apologies, Scottish. They had so you got a kangaroo for Australia, you got the bagpipes. I believe there may have been another nationality with that. On the starboard side bears the code Victor November. Now that was for number 50 Squadron. T for Tango, representing the aircraft flown by Flying Officer Dougie Milliken, the grandfather of the current BBMF at the time, during his time of 50 Squadron. So that's very important markings there. What else can we see? We've got anything else? Not yet. Hangar just opening a little bit there now. Like I said, it's had lots of different markings on there, like the Augsburg raid of 44 Squadron, KMB Baker, Phantom of the Ruhr, Whiskey Sierra Johnny Walker, J Johnny Walker, to the sinking of the Tirpitz. Oh, here we go. Engine 3 starting now. Here we go. Engine 3, then engine 4, 2, then 1. There is a fatigue meter on the Lancaster. It cannot do more than a plus 1.8 G to look after the airframe. At a push, I still haven't got the figure for you, but I know it doesn't run on 100%. It can do in emergency. I think the only... I can't remember what, I know it sounds silly and quite a difference, but I can't remember if they run it either on 30 or 60% power on these. Probably 60. But they'd never go over that. Still trying to find it for you. Let's have a look. Now that it's not windy, maybe I'll find it. The engines are replaceable with the Hurricane's engine. There we go. There's all our 4 engines started. Yeah, I did read somewhere about the power specifically for the BBMF they put onto it. So for those wondering why number 3 engine starts first, number 3 engine, the starboard inner engine, is always started first as it drives the compressor supplying air pressure for the brakes and radiator shutters. So in its 6 tanks, it can carry up to 2,154 imperial gallons of high octane aviation fuel. Aha, I might have it here. So it's normally flown at +7 boost at 3,000 RPM, and one of the engines could produce twice that amount in an emergency. I think this is where I've read it somewhere. So +7 boost, so that's, so it can do double that. So 14, okay, if it wanted to. Of course, such a historic aircraft, you don't want to damage it. Now, interestingly, I've just read that the second Lancaster in Canada, the engine startup sequence is actually 4, 3, 2, 1. That's interesting. I'm going to read them. Here we go. And the sun's come out for this. Here we go. Yeah, so B-17s, other bombers, one of the engine was dedicated to, and the Wellington bomber as well, not just 4-engine bombers. They would actually, one of them would actually, you know, drive a certain piece of equipment, you know, such as pressure, radiators, brakes, all that kind of thing. There we go. Look at this.
as long as you weren't there, that was all. As long as you wasn't down there, that was all. No problem.
PA474 off the BBMF, off for various flying pasts around the country now. at her schedule for the fly pasts. Let me just get you the details for those interested. 1 second.
Got 'em. I've got 'em.
Oh, I've got them. Yep. So Woodford, followed by Santa Pod, then Wensfield, then the National Memorial Arboretum, then at the War Wheels at Blythe Bridge, followed by Gainsborough, and then back home to Coningsby. Baker, all you to you, hope you're good. Thank you very much to Julie with the super chat there. Just get our squadron leader Ted on the controls. Always nice to do our BBMF movements, which were becoming a bit of a favourite the last few years, so we thought we'll continue. And there we go, and we're still going. Julie, thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you for doing this special stream today, Ted and Nikos and Spanners. Thank you very much, Julie. Guards March to you. Thank you very much. And Helen Bird with 10 months membership. Thank you very much. Congratulations to Helen Bird. Steve Chapman celebrating 9 months of membership. He's put amazing aircraft. Struart member for 9 months as well. Oi, everyone. Love to see the Lancaster. Me too. They also got a 6-month milestone reached from Jean. Thank you very much. Kevin the Gerbil, thank you very much. High five, thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby's Posh Officers Club. Mac One sent a Ted Coningsby membership and gifted one. Thank you very much. A high five to you. Thank you. Guards March to Mac One. And Sue W also high five to you. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March. Lucas Betts. High five, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron as well. Thank you so much for joining us. Guards March, Lucas Betts, and also I hear you've been treating yourself to a bit of retail therapy as well, so thank you for visiting our online store. Don't forget to treat yourself or someone else on the Ted Coningsby website. Visit tedconingsby.co.uk and click our shop and have a look. Also, We Stevie Boy, thank you very much for the super chat. It's a debt that can never be repaid. For our today, they gave their tomorrow, lest we forget. Oh, absolutely. A very, very... John Parrott, not the snooker player. That's funny. 7 months. Oi, oi. Great stream today. Thanks, Nicholas and Ted. You're welcome. We Stevie Boy, a Guards March to you as well. Thanks for the super sticker. Jay Knight, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Guards March. And also Kevin Howard, who's here live and live. So, oi, oi. Celebrating 6-month membership. Guards March. That's awesome. Paul Art, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership as well. John Merton, high five. Thank you for upgrading to the TCS Posh Officers as well. Guards March. Thank you very much. Now then, it's now a case of just welcoming her back home. So PA474 off for various fly pasts until she returns. Treg, oi oi to you. Chris Bloxham, Ellie J Approach, how you all doing? Dicks and gigs, you too. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. Let's have a look. Should we do a quick Q&A, Ted? Seems to be quite popular, that. Let's do a quick Q&A. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, it's time for Q&A with myself and Ted. If you've got any questions regarding Coningsby, aircraft, the BBMF aircraft, for example, and if I can't answer it, I'm sure someone will on our streams as well anyway, or if you've got something to ask me, anything from favourite aircraft to favourite place or base, which if you put them together makes blaze. There we go, a new word to add, a blaze. Is it even a word? There you go, there's a question for you. Turn this round. I can already see a question there from Shakira. Just get myself and Ted on the controls. Alright, Ted, it's time for quick fire round. Got a Q&A, Ted. Let's go. Alright, Ted and I on the controls. Here we go. So Shakira's asked a question. So how we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Still got my jacket on, but it's easterly cold winds there, but be alright. So Shakira's asked, let's have a look where I did see a question earlier. Oh, here you go, Shakira Murden. If you could work any job in the Royal Air Force, what would it be? A very good question, actually, because when I was younger, I wanted to be, and I mean precisely, a tornado pilot when I was younger. But that didn't go ahead, so I'm here. So this will do. So yeah, that's what I wanted to do. If I was to pick a role today, oh, good question. Very good question. The Royal Air Force videographer. How's that? If that's even if that's a thing. But this will do. We've got our own show, because if I work in the RAF, then I can't do here. So we can't do that. Steve Spriggs is asking, where is the Lancaster heading? I've just mentioned where, but I'll put them on in just a moment's time for you. Hang on a minute. Actually, I'll let you know. So first stop is Woodford, a vintage festival. Then it's off to Santa Pod. Then it's off to Wensfield for the Lancaster at the Lancaster 80th anniversary memorial for the bomber crash site there. Then it's off to the National Memorial Arboretum. And then it's off to Blythe Bridge for War Wheels, then Gainsborough for a V-Day 80th, and then back to Coningsby. How's that? Let's have a look. Hello. I hope not. It's a bit of a drop. How you doing? All right?
Is there anything else happening today?
I don't know. Just the Lancaster, just waiting for it to come back.
Will it be back?
I hope so, yes, today at some point, in a couple of hours. Okay. So it should be back. Okay. Jakey H2000, what is your favourite aircraft from the war? If you mean the Second World War, for me it's the P3750 Thunderbolt. Why not? Let's have a look what else we got. Lovely, thanks a lot. Keep them coming for now while we're here. Nigel Fountain regarding the crew. They are, so the BBMF are a regular unit, so they'll be under their Royal Air Force salary, correct? They have photographers. I know, Avro. Yeah, I know. So Avro Al's in response to RAF videographer. They do have They do indeed. But maybe I could do the social media. No, just kidding. No, I'll stay here. At least I'm doing it. I'm indirectly promoting the Royal Air Force every day, pretty much, aren't I? I mean, that's like almost like Ted's an ambassador for the Royal Air Force. So there you go. Yeah, I'd love that Mach 1, become the videographer, document the red arrows. I know, they do that. You often see Phil Dye filming as a safety. Oh, thanks, Mark Dudley. Yeah, I do cadet talks. Obviously, I'm not in the cadets, but I do inspirational talks with cadets. We started doing them last year. It was really good to, and an honour for me to be invited to do that and give a little talk. So it was really, really good. Thank you for that. Oh, here we go. Here's one from LEJ Approach. Oh, hang on, let me just go back a moment. I think I've missed one. Sorry, if I've missed one, just put it on again. I don't mind. I know it'll be fine. Rachel Sylvester, hi Nikos. What foreign? Which plane would you like to fly? Do you know what? It's still RAF, but I'd love to go to the Falklands, to be honest, because they're a little bit more free. The airspace is a lot more free, so the typhoons run wild out there. So I'd love to do that. I'd love to do that. So LEJ Approach. So, a 40 minutes flight in an SR-71 or a whole trip with champagne and all, Europe, US, and Europe in a Concorde. Oh, very good. I like this one. That is a very good question, LEJ Approach. 40 minutes in the SR-71, please. Thank you very much. I would go with the SR-71. So, let's have a look. What other questions? Jane Jeffrey, Nikos, what's Ted's favourite flight? Ted's favourite flight is his very first flight, Blackjack, on the maiden flight of Blackjack on the 28th of May 2021. That is and was always special. Debbie Solkin, where is the Tiger Moth situated? I believe Duxford, because our good friend Julian Bailey does get a flight there. Thank you for your kind words as well. John Merton, would you do a stream on the Vulcan bomber? Possibly. We were going to do a taxi run off the Buccaneer at one point, but sadly, due to the aircraft itself, went tech, I think, and it didn't go ahead. Margot, Ted Coningsby, which display are you looking forward to the most this year? Oh, it's going to have to be Reheat one, isn't it? Avro Al, if you could meet one significant pilot or an influential aircraft designer from history, who would it be? Well, Avro Al, he's still alive today. He's 103 years old. I really want to meet Ed Cottrell, a pilot of the 493rd. Oh yes, the Grim Reapers, the 493rd of the 48th Fighter Group during World War II. I could listen to that man all day. Alex Raven, for a knighthood for representing and supporting the RAF. You never know. Let's have a look here. Oi oi, see you, man. Martin Casper would love a fight. Oh yeah, that'd be good. Tornado would be good. Which is your favourite, Lancaster, Leader, Vera, or just Jane? Gareth Milbourne. I think that the answer to that really is all of them, to be honest. They are such historic aircraft. They all serve a absolute legendary purpose. I mean, if you look at it one way, Just Jane would kind of lean on to the fact that it would be nice to get a third Lancaster in the skies. Let's have a look here. So Andrew's put, hi, what job would Ted like? I mean, Ted is technically a pilot, I think, I would say, or a co-pilot. Jane Jeffrey, is there any news on the Dakota? Will it return to Coningsby? Yeah, it's had a bit of a delay. I think it's missed its opportunity to go to do or take part with the BBMF as in displays, I think, due to delays. So, but I think when it's back, it will come back, I think, towards, I can't remember when they said. I'll have to have another check, but it is coming back at some point. But it has had a new lick of paint, which is awesome. So if you want to know our air shows that we're going to this year, just check out our noteheads, which are available online. Paul Art, there's no plans for Eastbourne this year, unfortunately. No plans. Nikos, do you ever itch to learn to fly? Watch this space, you never know. Maybe another twist to the Ted Coningsby channel. Anthony R. Ted Coningsby, what is your favourite aircraft livery of all time? It's going to have to be Blackjack. Iconic to the channel. Doncaster Lass, correct, Ted is an experienced gunner in a Chinook. Ted fired 7,000 rounds in a Chinook. I think it was 7,600 rounds with the gunner of number 18. Was it 18 Squadron? No, number 7. Let's have a look. If Reggie absolutely needed to land in a plane, which would it be? It's gonna have to be if Reggie was to land a plane, it'll be I think it'll be the Pit Special. I can imagine him on that. Definitely. Definitely a Pit Special. Okay, Charlie Hamilton, again, please check out our noteheads online. Have a look and you'll see. But yes, Military Gen, have you been to Odium or Fairford? Been to Fairford, not Odium. We are at Cleethorpes. Again, just check out the noteheads online for our special events as well. Ted, you right there, mate? Just turn that around for 2 secs. I think it's time to go and grab a bite. Yeah, tell you what, we're going to go out and grab some lunch really quickly before the Lancaster returns in a short while. So we'll see you in a bit. Goodbye. Right, let's get some scram.
How quickly did that pipe burn off?
Huh?
How quickly did that pipe burn off?
I know. Completely different now, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No, not tomorrow. We're in to the space again tomorrow. At 2 o'clock. Sorry, Noel. We're going to mix it. Yeah, no. Apparently doing the flybys and then back in landing and then going up again at sea to do the double display again. We've got an Australian on the thing, she couldn't understand me. You're called Ted Coningsby, but you weren't Ted as a Ted was called Ted. I'm trying to think for right.
Why have you got a teddy bear? And I'm going back to Ted's point and she's like, why have you got a teddy bear bow? And I'm like, oh my god. You take 3 days to explain.
see the exhausts heated up and you can see all the flares. It's worth going just for that.
I do want to say, obviously a lot of people say
you can go in now. Yeah, just you don't go there. But you can go in it from. You must know. You don't open it until it's full.
Excuse me, mate. Can I ask, is there Lancaster about? Is it flying or?
It's just taken off.
Oh, is it?
It will return.
Oh, what time? Any idea?
Hourish.
Yeah? What's it doing? Is it just circling?
Fly past. Hosting fly past.
Oh, is it? Oh, right, yeah.
Doing what he does.
Is there any typhoons there, or is it just the Lang today?
Just Lang.
Yeah. Do you live local then? Because I often look at your stuff on YouTube, but it's brilliant, really.
I'm not far away.
No. You're a bit famous, you are, aren't you? You enjoy it, don't you? Do you mind if I have a picture took with your van? Because the kids will not believe it.
Sure. I'll tell you what, let me do this. I'll get 10 out as well. That's the deal. Only one button. Gotta eat all you can on the cross me. The amount of times I've had half a burger in my mouth and a paint from my mouth.
So you get on to the camp and spoke to your pilots and everything there. Amazing how the bodies stand it. That's what fascinates me about it. I mean, just like the G-force. Is it G-force?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah, G-force.
Just like when they're taking off and just unbelievable.
The suit is amazing.
Sorry?
The G-suit's amazing.
Yeah.
The train to tense up, the G-suit tenses their body up.
What do they have to do before they fly? You know, obviously, how often do they fly?
Right, where are we going?
I don't know, let's go. I want side of your van where we've got.
Yeah.
I ain't very good myself, just please bear with me.
There is a bear with me.
Would have been it as well. Would have been the photo as well.
Yeah, I will, mate. Yeah, please. What shall we do?
That way or that way?
I'm not bothered, mate.
Yeah, I was.
All right, yeah, nice
Got
one,
to do
no
one the other
worries.
way as well.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sure, no problem at all.
It's just instant power, isn't it? But
It's okay.
No problem, mate, no
Thank
worries.
you very much.
No worries, no problem.
So we're at about an hour, you reckon? Can you see where it is now? Is that
it's just a website. It's just on the browser.
ADSB?
ADSB, yeah. You'll be able to track it. It's gone safe. It's gone Santa Pod, is it? Yeah, yes, click on that, yeah. And there should be a thing for the map. I think it's just they didn't change them all. Change the rears and then probably about 3 weeks later it changes. Yeah, it just takes.
Are you with this gentleman?
I'm one of the moderators.
Yeah.
done Santa Fe. Looks like it's around there. Milton Keynes. That's where it is. Nice pictures.
Yeah, of course, that's nice.
Just that map. When you zoom in, it's not really throw, I think there's a line. It won't take off. I reckon it's round that area, isn't it? Santa Pod's round, sort of Northamptonshire somewhere.
Yeah, it gives us a rough idea if it's on time as well.
Yeah. So from there, I think after that was it Wensfield. After that was it?
Yes, you got Wensfield.
And then it'll fly over my house probably because I'm here.
Arboretum.
Arboretum. That's the Memorial Arboretum. And then it's Gainsborough last, wasn't it?
Right.
Are they doing Woodall or something? Is it doing over Woodall? Is it Woodall show? It's tomorrow's show. Woodall show.
To be fair, probably come over Woodall on the way in anyway. Yeah, wouldn't it?
Exactly, it does anyway. It comes round,
Yeah.
so. All good.
How often do you boys do here then?
Well, Nikos is
I
does
do
his
this 5 days a week.
maybe more.
Yeah.
Okay,
You earn a living out of this, if you don't mind me asking. On
This
your-
is my job.
on.
Yeah.
On the-
This is what I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously, I go on YouTube and view it. And
Yeah, you
obviously
can
I-
support by buying merchandise. It is through YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah.
Google.
And you make your living through that. And you get a good living out of it. You know what I mean? I'm not being.
I'm not prepared to answer all that.
No, I'm
that
not,
stuff.
I'm not really-
But
You're
it's
not
enough to
local,
pay.
it's
It's
just
enough to pay
interesting.
the bills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Enough to keep you in stream.
Yeah, enough to keep it going out in the.
Like 2,000 subscribers, ain't you?
Mm.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, it's enough to pay the bills. Obviously, I don't have a Ferrari or anything like that.
No, but you've got a van. And this ain't. You know, this ain't.
No, they do. Yeah.
This ain't been cheap to like.
No.
Corporate and all that.
I know,
Yeah.
I'm itching to get outside.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah,
It's all good. And then you've got all the weather to go with it. In all weathers, it's like challenges of wind, rain, storms, getting that down quickly when there's a thunderstorm. There are challenges, and you know, 3 Saturdays ago I came in with nothing. So this is the, you know, it's just one of those things. You just gotta, but yeah, people support through merchandise. Every time you know you watch, you know, it helps. This really does. So subscribing, hitting that like button, it really does. But it's out in the open, out in the fresh air, meet people, have a good time, have photos, have a laugh. And that's the best thing, isn't it?
the community as well, isn't
Yeah.
it? It wasn't just the channel, the community.
Cool. Right, I'm going to get back to the show. Nice to meet you, buddy. Right, there's a lovely cup of tea, Jackie. Right. Right, how we doing? How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good, so keep track of it. And all is good. So should be back between sort of 2:30 and 3 o'clock, around that sort of time. That was a good cup of tea. That's sorted. Let's put some in the vintage.
Answer me a question. 2:30, 3 o'clock.
About that, yeah.
I do follow you, but
Thank you. thank you very much, Laser Tech.
I went to that's commitment for. You just run it down to get a good picture down.
No. It was literally, I said to Nick,
I'll put some of the planes away now. I'll do it at the end.
guys are seems to be on time.
Yeah, it's just
Because you know that website you're using for the
Yeah.
bypass, you get to see what, because it's half an hour
yes,
leeway, so you get
Yeah.
to see the worst
well,
case.
I think they're on.
or the-
I think they're on rough,
Yeah.
just before worst case. I think
That's
they're within the
brilliant.
timings.
Oh, they're running on the latest schedule.
I reckon, or just well, they're approaching Hinkley, so so it might be about middle range. So here we're probably looking about 3 hours, just before 3. Oh, well, sorry, that's Gainsborough. So they've got to get from there to here as well. So Wednesfield, Wolverhampton, just outside.
Is it?
But I saw that today. I didn't know Lancaster.
Oh, you said there was. Oh, yeah, it's a good point. I might have to have a look at that actually. Is that crash site?
Yeah.
You're right, man, yeah?
Yeah, all good. I just remembered, I promised there's a guy on the Spotters group who's creating some like free high-res version of Coningsby for Microsoft Flight Sim. I said I'd get him some pictures of the visitors' signs.
Oh, I think I've seen something like that.
Yeah, he wants them and a few pictures of the tall boy and that, but I don't think I can get them from this side of the fence. I'll have a look.
Just like it's in that sort of shelter, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll be able to get them from the side, won't I?
Yeah.
Right. Oh, they're not open weekends.
No,
are they?
you might
When
get
it's
from the
Friday.
side.
Yeah, I'll try and get them. If I can't, at least it's on the side.
So that's within the. Just so you go through to the visitor centre.
I won't say.
Especially what happened today.
Yeah. She goes,
It was right on the corner.
Yeah. And she goes, oh, well, if they do, I've had a good life. I'm like, I can't help you. I just
Oh dear.
oh, well. Cool.
You good, mate? You good? Have fun. Good luck. Oh, what a lovely day now. Wasn't like this earlier. It was grim. I know it did. Yes, yeah. Putting some models away now. Won't be needing them for the return.
Right. Won't be long. The next start should be back now.
That's all we come down for, but I just thought we'd do it right past.
Yeah. Yeah, have extras.
This morning.
I know. Brilliant. Right. Let's get ready to rumble. Oh, just realised the sun's out now, so might need to do some coverage.
Yes.
Because that's gonna. I ain't got the photo. Oops. Okay.
Scrap the tank, isn't it? Do it off us.
Oh, you're welcome. It was amazing, wasn't it? Did you not like that, man?
I did like that.
That was a bit special, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Wasn't even expecting that. That was just like an added bonus.
That was just superb.
Oh, it was the best, wasn't it? Couldn't believe
I
it.
mean, I
honestly.
only lived down the road, and the first I knew that they were up was when they came over the house, and I'm like jumping about,
Oh, it was amazing.
and then I thought, oh, I'm
And
going
then,
to go on.
and then
see
my
this
friend here,
thing.
Chris, he said
Yeah.
they're going up again. They're doing another. This done like this joke. Yeah. It's nice. You know, it's really meaningful. That I love that bit to welcome them back.
Oh gosh, yeah.
It's got such a
I
strong,
tried to, yeah.
such a strong meaning. You know, of the ones that never come back. Oh, thank you very much. Let's fly our flag proudly,
Absolutely.
because that's how it should be. Ted's loving life. Ted is absolutely loving life. He's living the life of a very happy bear.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Especially on this weekend as well, when it's like that.
Yeah, absolutely. You've been alright though, yeah? Been well?
Yeah.
Good, that's how it should be.
Spent the day, you know Anne, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Spent the day down at Reykjavik on Wednesday. Good day.
Yeah, it was
So
good.
we're now planning on Friday.
Good, enjoy. Don't go next Friday, it's closed.
I won't be
Bank
there.
holiday.
No, I'll be working next week.
Oh, okay, well have a good one.
Okay.
It is closed next week. I hope. I've just gone. Right, let's. How you doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? As you may have heard, just then, really symbolic. You know, it always gets me to see the Lancaster come back on its own, and it always reminds me of the Augsburg raid of the of 44 Squadron, with only one Lancaster coming back of the 6. In fact, of the 12 in total, 6 from 44, and
and 6 from 97 Squadron. 7 never made it back. And it's a raid that we often speak about. That happened on the 17th of April 1942, the first time that the Luftwaffe engaged or even seen. They were a little bit dubious about the Lancaster, a new bomber, they weren't quite sure, but it was the first raid into Germany. I mean, no one had gone into that deep into Germany. It was Augsburg to take out the MAN U-boat engine factory, to halt and delay and cause a bottleneck effect on the U-boats. And no one had never gone into Germany in the night, let alone in the day. And unfortunately, of the 6 of 44, only 1 come back, and that one that was led by squadron leader John Nettleton was awarded the Victoria Cross, and 6 from 97 Squadron, who moved to Woodhall Spa due to the closure of Coningsby, which I find interesting. So they moved in March 1942, just before Coningsby was closed to have its runways updated to the hardened Class A configured runways for the future, which didn't open until late 1943. It took quite a while. And number 97 Squadron, who was led, 6 Lancasters were led by squadron leader John Sherwood, who did survive, was the sole survivor of his crew when he crashed. He was actually miraculously catapulted out of his Lancaster as he made his way to bomb the target over Augsburg. It was a disastrous start as well. It didn't really go to plan. 4 were shot down before they even got to Germany. There we go. It was always reminds me of when we see the one, the aircraft KMB Baker, which once featured on a livery on PA474. This had issues with the navigation systems, and the compass was malfunctioning, and they ended up in Ireland, and of course realised where they were. They just had enough fuel. I think it was close to midnight, and had enough fuel to land in Blackpool, an airfield near Blackpool. But like I said, when you see the one sole Lancaster arrive here, it just reminds me of you know, scenarios like that. So it's just on the flight past at Wensfield. So it's now heading for the National Memorial Arboretum. So 1, 2, 3 more flypasts to go. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope you're all good. So 3 more to do, 3 more destinations. It's just heading now for the Arboretum, so you know it's not too far away from its ETA, which my predictions probably be just before 3 o'clock. Doctor, how you doing? Hope you're good. Alan Gates. Davey, how you doing as well? Hope we're all good. Well, I hope you've enjoyed today. It's although the weather's completely changed, completely been brushed away into something of a nice day. It's still got that cool, ice cold wind blowing from the east. So we're on our usual day off tomorrow. I'll devise a little plan for next week. Again, it's almost like a jigsaw puzzle every week. It seems to get a little bit more difficult to just try and get to something. And of course, just keeping you informed of 24 hours or at least the day before or the night before, really. But see what the weather's holding up next week, see what we can get up to next week. Should be good. Got a few ideas for next week, although there won't be Lakenheath Friday, so we'll do Thursday at Lakenheath, which will be good. Remco DeVray, how you doing as well? Hope we're all good. So, lovely support from all of you. And Laser Tech gifting 10 Ted Coningsby memberships, which is phenomenal. Thank you so much, Laser Tech. To be exact, Laser Tech 02. So a high five, pour pump, and a salute for 10 gifted Ted Coningsby memberships. So a wonderful Guards March for you. Thank you so much for that. Guards March, Laser Tech 02. Ali Leyland, thank you very much for the super sticker. And, Nikki, thank you very much also for the super sticker. Guards March. Simon Donston, thank you very much. High five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Mad Matt UK 123 as well. High five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. And Reedy's Adventures as well. A high five. Guards March, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thank you very much. So, Jay Knight, how you doing? Silver Trig, oi oi to you. Anonymous, Renko DeVray, Margot, Alex Blackcat, how you all doing today? Hope you're good. Hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Normally I say this on a Friday, but here we are. Still admiring that there now. So, just approaching now the National Memorial Arboretum right now, so we'll do a fly past right now. Here we go. Did you get it?
Yeah, I couldn't get the bombs, unfortunately.
Yeah,
I'm sure that walk gets longer each time you do it.
yeah, it surprisingly gets longer, doesn't it, from around there? It's deceiving. It's probably the right word. Now it's heading for Blythe Bridge. So 14 minutes 48:52. So 52 from Gainsborough. Anonymous, thank you very much. I'm hoping that you've all enjoyed today. It's been a good one again, hasn't it? Really good. And that's the thing with these nice chilled out streams. Chat's buzzing, even with nothing going on at the moment. It is a risk. We did, like I said, 3 Saturdays ago, we had 0. That was obviously, you know, you do have to expect that in the back of your minds. It is just something that is a high possibility, especially on a Saturday. And we've got a Guards March coming up for Simon Watchell, who's live as part of our Spanish flight as well. Thank you, BBMF, for the entertainment today. More importantly, for everything you do to remember the fallen. Thank you, Ted and Nikos, for the stream. Thank you very much. Guards March. Thank you. Any fish fingers today?
No.
And the wraps, that was good. That, although fish fingers is
Giving them up at the moment.
Do they do salmon fish fingers, Ted?
Probably.
I think they could. We can turn them into fish cakes. That's what Ted likes for his birthday cake. Salmon cake. Doctor, how you doing? Thanks a lot. Who's just noticed the channel now has 92.1k subscribers. Fantastic to see. It continues to grow. Congrats to Nikos and Claire and the rest of the Spanner flight for all the hard work. And the good thing is all organic subscribers. We have, we haven't, cheated or bought some bots as they do. They are genuine subscribers. Salmon fish cakes definitely, but what about salmon fingers? Can they do salmon fingers?
Where's Ted's fish, Nicholas?
Oh, what is salmon?
Yeah.
Let's go and have a look. Let's see what Ted's going to get up to.
Sure we had some fish last time, didn't we?
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, I was just thinking that. Have a look here now.
For a meal.
It's beautiful. It's a bento box.
I mean, see, I've just got Ted's got his bento box by the look of it. His fish supper. Where have you got that from, Ted? So this is Ted's food. He's about to go and have a quick bite. Do you mind if I show that, Ted? Yeah. So Ted's got his special box of treats here. Look at this. We can if I have a look, Ted. Yeah, is that all right? Yeah. So we got there salmon, Ted. Yeah. Look at this salmon, beautiful, and chopped there. A bit of sushi, bit of salmon sashimi there. That's pretty good, Ted. Oh, do you want me to put that in there? All right, mate. Okay. Well, and well, bon appetit, Ted. He's off. That was beautiful. It's alright, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pretty good, man. Smells alright.
Crabsticks in there.
Sorry?
Any crabsticks?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think we do have them in the van, actually. Oh, beautiful. Ted will wash that down with some wonderful natural spring water, of course, as bears do. Quick look whereabouts. So yeah, it should be heading for Blythe Bridge. Do you know, these fly paths have been teaching me some parts of England or Britain I've never heard of. So it's just going over Blythe Bridge, educating me in the geography sense of Britain. So it's just doing the fly past now. So then it will head east for Gainsborough, which is just sort of northwest of Lincoln, and back home. So let's have a look how far that is from there. Yeah, about 10 minutes, 10-15 minutes, 15
Gainsborough? Probably about 10.
15 minutes to Gainsborough. Would you at 10?
Probably about 10 or...
Yeah. And an ETA here would be about, yeah, just before 3 then. It's on time, actually.
Yeah, going back, you made some time.
Oh yeah. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Fresh local asparagus. Next farm. Oh yeah, it's on the right, isn't it, as you come in? It looks good as well. Might have to get my mum some of that if it's got any. Next farm, quarter of a mile right out of the car park. Oh, I'm going left. Mind you, it's only just down there. Go and have a look. I like asparagus. So, Lancaster now just heading east, turning east for Gainsborough. Just slightly north-east, my apologies on that. Just slightly north-east for Gainsborough. And then we'll, after the fly past there, we'll RTV to Coningsby. So it looks like Coningsby is back to having just the one runway caravan again. For those that are new, we used to say to distinguish and establish, what runway's in use. Just find out where the runway caravan is situated. And one was broken, I think. One was broken down, so it was stuck. So we ended up having two. So people weren't quite sure. But the easiest way to do it is to establish the wind direction, because aircraft will take off into the wind. There is another runway 12 and 30 that can be used by the BBMF for the lighter aircraft. There's a marking for runway 12. The taxi holding point is this here. So smaller runway. It's quite good when they're using it, especially for the BBMF. For us as well, it's quite good. Hello mate, how you doing?
Yeah, how you doing? Good?
Yeah, you alright?
Yeah, going good, right? Then it goes there.
Good.
Yeah, I did see your stream this morning there. Yeah, good. I did see the Lancaster Spitfire trucking this morning.
Yeah, it was good, really good.
Yeah, pretty good. Lancaster is out, right?
Yeah, it won't be long when it comes back. Maybe another
Yeah, it's a bit.
about half an hour.
Yeah.
Cool. Cheers, buddy. Have a good day, mate. Okay, so where are we? PA474 making heading for sort of Matlock direction. Nick, Panayodi, how you doing? Hope you're good. Margot Baxter, hope you're well. Where's Downer, Laser Tech, Lucas Betts, Anonymous, Davey, how's it going? Hope we're all good and well. See the hangars here and the main ASB filled with Typhoons ready for their training, and we can expect to see a variety of squadrons taking off and landing to and from their sorties, their training sorties. Typhoon squadrons here, number 29 squadron, the operational conversion unit, training the latest and greatest pilots that have just had their wings on completing their advanced flying training at RAF Valley on the Hawk T2 after spending a year and a half there with the Hawk T2. Of course, previously before that, another year or so with the Texan. We've also got 12 Squadron, the Joint Qatari Emirai Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron. Also 41 Squadron, the Test and Evaluation Squadron, along with 2 combat-ready fighter squadrons, number 3 Fighter Squadron and, of course, number 11 Fighter Squadron. For some Foon action, we will be here Thursday. I can tell you already that we will be at RAF Lakenheath. Friday, not sure, because Lakenheath is closed, so leave that one with, but you can add Lakenheath to the list on Thursday for next week. That's a defo. So tomorrow I'll come up with some cunning plan to give you a nice variety. Steve Evans, how you doing? Hope you're all good. Snowy Master, oi to you. Alan Q, good afternoon to you, and oi oi. Hope we're all good as well. Alan Gates as well. It's just south east of Chesterfield. Eventually probably go over between sort of Worksop and Retford, perhaps, depending on which way it's going to take. We fly past at Gainsborough and then head back for Coningsby. So I hope you enjoyed today. It's been a good one from the get-go. Really excited to see the Hurricane, Spitfire and Lancaster in formation together, which was absolutely marvellous.
It's not too bad because it's all now too
Cool, thanks a lot, Christopher Carr. Of course, 106 Squadron, as we speak about with the Hampdens, about Zulu November. When the base closed, the new Class A hardened runways, 106 went to Syerston for a brief period of time. Don't forget, Wing Commander Guy Gibson was the Wing Commander for 106 Squadron. And with delays to Coningsby's runways, it took a bit longer than usual. 106 spent some time out at RAF Metheringham, and speaking of heritage centres earlier, don't forget to reach out and check out the Metheringham Airfield Heritage Centre as well. It's a fantastic place. Some history there with Guy Gibson. Cool. So for those who don't know, during the summer of 1942, Wing Commander Guy Gibson was of course, still the commanding officer for 106 Squadron, flying Lancaster Whiskey 4118 with the markings, as mentioned to Christopher there, Zulu November. This would have had a Y after the roundel. Of course, back to front, it would have had a Y roundel then, Zulu November on the starboard side, I'd like to... yeah, starboard side, I'd like to say. He flew 6 operations on that, and the aircraft featured the nose art, which should have Mickey Mouse, and was named Admiral Prune. 5th of Feb 1943, with another crew on board. Admiral Prune went missing after an engine fire at Dion, and another Lancaster Echo Delta 593 was painted with the same nose art and named Admiral Prune 2. Seconds away now from initiating its fly past, and then probably about 10 minutes away from Coningsby from Gainsborough. about to run in for the fly past right now. Here we go, over Gainsborough, off we go. Let me just see what, if it's a particular event as well. Yeah, it's the V-Day 80th anniversary, and the good thing is about this, I can actually see exactly where in Gainsborough. Let's have a look. Looks like right over the centre, right over the town centre. Yeah, that's right. So here we go, running in. Oh, it's figure of 8, fly past, I think. Just a quick one, which for those who will now watch movies and never unsee it again, a good question by Doctor, and this is correct. You see, a flag should always be flown in this way. Okay, now if you looked, so on the left, on the port side of an aircraft, on a troop's left shoulder, the flag would appear this way, and it should be on the case for even the police stations as well in America, and even here in the UK, flags are flown from left to right because the flagpole's here, that's how it flies, and that's the orientation of a flag. So if you looked at the flag the other way, so if we were to look this way at the flag, it should naturally be backwards because that's how it's flying. So we've just gone to the other side. So on a uniform on the right shoulder and also on the starboard side of the plane, the flag should and must appear this way. This is not just for the US, it is also for the UK as well, and probably other countries as well. It is that way because, like I said, a flag's flying that way naturally, but if you looked at it from the other side, it would appear reversed. So the livery on Vespina is correct, and the media jumped to the conclusion that it was painted incorrect, and that, my friends, they were in fact the media were incorrect. It is supposed to be that way. So on the uniform and the port side or left side of our aircraft, if it has a livery of the Union flag, again it's flown this way. If you looked at it on the other side, again our uniform on our right shoulder should be this way, okay, which that's why they said it's upside down. It's not, it's correct, because a flag flies from left to right, but if you looked at it from the back, a flagpole, it should be like this. So on our right arm it's supposed to be this way. All right, so there you go. That's the that's Ted's quick update on flags there and out. Hope that made sense. It's the same with this. Look, our little unless we forget flag. You see, we looked at it from left to right. That's how it's flown. But if you look at it the other way, it's this way. Yeah, that's right. So look again, have a look on movies, because I'm always pointing the finger if I'm looking at soldiers or men in uniform, and the flag on the right arm is supposed to be back to front. If it isn't, I'm always going, that's wrong, that's wrong. You ask Claire, it's like, no, it's wrong, it should be back to front. And because that's how it naturally should be. It should be reversed when you look at it from the other side of a flagpole. It makes total sense. I really agree with it. I love stuff like that. I'm always looking out for movies. So if I see the left arm, it should be obviously correct, and then on the right arm it should be the other way around. That's why now when you go to Mildenhall, look at the tail of the aircraft at Mildenhall with the US flag. It's back to front. Same with the UK. The livery on our Envoy, back to front on the right side. Vespina, the Voyager that's got our livery, back to front on the starboard side. It's meant to be like that. That's how flags fly. So I'm all in for that. But yeah, you'll be looking at movies now going, no, so remember the right arm should be back to front. There are a few errors and I've seen them before. Okay, the Lancaster's on its way, so it's just minutes away. It's like, look at the flag, look at the Royal Air Force flag for the tail, red, blue. So technically it should be blue-red on the other side, right? There it is, blue-red. Red-blue, blue-red. See, even down to that detail. Good, eh? So it's just done the fly past over Gainsborough. It's last and final fly past. Next destination is back home. So if the runway's like that, it should be at my 7 o'clock. Quite noisy, aren't they? Ski jets are quite noisy.
On the
Yeah.
Lancaster Lakes.
Keep the noise down. It's going to be... No, it's Merlin.
They've set field inside so they can see us.
Can't be too far now. Here we go. Just to the left of Tattershall Castle. Oh, that's low, man.
There's your castle shot.
Oh my word, that is the best castle shot I've ever got. Incredible, isn't it? Look at this. beautiful. What a wonderful day we've had. Absolutely incredible, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Absolutely delighted. Just think there's only 2 of these flying in the whole world, and we have one of them here at Ted's home, Ted HQ. What a sight this is. And if you've missed it, check out right at the beginning of the stream where you'll see this in formation on a very different day. It looked like a different stream, but I can guarantee you it was certainly from this morning. A very grey, dull sky filled beautifully and majestically with this Lancaster along with P7350 and Spitfire of the BBMF and LF363, a Hurricane of the BBMF in formation. Absolutely outstanding, with a dogfight display of the Spitfire and Hurricane, and in formation with the Lancaster. Absolutely magnificent day we've had. I hope you've all enjoyed it. So we watch PA474 taxi or backtrack. Yes, I got away. Oh yeah, awesome. You know, inside the Vulcan and the Arrow Lancaster, there's not much difference with all the instruments inside. Not much difference, you know. Of course, the weapons bay. See ya, bye. Well, there we go, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Thank you very much. That's our week over. Hope you've all enjoyed it. Hope you've had fun with us this week. It's been a cracking week. from Air Force One to a Lancaster. That's the way it is. Oh wow, in 24 hours. What a difference. I mean, if you think about it, in 24 hours, you know, the last aircraft we've seen was Air Force One or VC-25, but and the last aircraft now, a Lancaster, completely oodles apart. But I suppose the one thing in common, Boeing have been serving the president since '44, so I guess there is a connection in the year. But anyway, that's going on a different tangent. It's time for me to finish up for the week, and myself and Ted are done. So thank you very much. BBMF, thank you for what you do. Thank you so much, lest we forget. And of course, RAF Coningsby, thank you. And our viewers, have an absolutely amazing weekend. Hope you've enjoyed it with us this week. So my name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby. So for the last time for the week, it is see you soon. Wish you well. Let's ride, Ted. Let's ride. Have a great weekend, everyone. See you.
Talking to you,